Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the board meeting to order and ask that before we start, anybody who has cell phones, pagers, whatever, make sure they're on non-audible response or off. Thank you. That's a courtesy to all who will be speaking today. And I'd ask that you please rise with me this morning and join Pastor Bob Irish of the Calvary Chapel, Ventura, in the invocation.
Shall we pray? God in heaven, I pray this morning on behalf of all of us who get to live in this wonderful, beautiful county of Ventura, that you've allowed us to live here at this time. And Lord, I pray for this board that you would give them your wisdom, Father, and your direction for this county, that you would be glorified and that you would be blessed. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Supervisor Bennett, would you like to lead the pledge?
Hand over heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second on the minutes. Agenda review. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. The agenda with a few minor corrections under item 14. That heading should read Ventura County Healthcare Plan, but the item stands as submitted. There is an amendment to the airport plan. I'm not sure which item that is.
It's the 130, item 31.
Item 31, I believe everybody received their addendum on that. Roberta, were there any other changes? And that's it.
32 on the regular agenda. Has there been any?
Oh.
33?
Oh, pardon me, yes. On item 33, we'd like to pull that item for at least a week. The construction schedule's fallen behind.
Okay. Any other changes or corrections from any of the board members? Okay, seeing none, the agenda stands as amended. And item 38 I will take at the first opportunity this morning. I have a request from our investment officer to move that up as he has something that he's obligated for this afternoon. So we will do that if it's okay. With that, I have the consent calendar, and I have no cards on the consent. I have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any opposition? Seeing none? Everybody's kind of sitting here staring at each other like, what are we here for today? Okay. Consent calendar items have been approved. Number 6 is public comments. Thank you. Jerry Robings.
Good morning. Pardon me. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. Jerry Robings, Thousand Oaks. It was 13 years ago that I stood here and read into the board minutes the many hidden benefits that this board had adopted for themselves. Pardon me. Those benefits were rather extraordinary, and I think they're still considered extraordinary. Unfortunately, things are not much better today than they were in 1990. This county continues to have one budget crisis after another, year after year, and you all sit here as if it is not your fault. Spending in this county is like a runaway train with no one at the controls. Over the years, this board has complained about unfunded mandates from the state. Yet, when you tied your salary to that of judges, your stealth pay raises became ineffective, an unfunded mandate. When the board agreed to union contracts that guaranteed parity wages, you gave away your negotiating leverage and relinquished your responsibility. You are paying salaries as determined by some other county, whether or not you can afford them. Giving 12% pay raises to firefighters and deputy DAs when you're in deficit is budgetary madness. When I look at the employee benefits provided at your executive level, I wonder how we ever got into such a mess and who will have the backbone to get us out of it. Your department heads receive 6 weeks of annual leave their first year on the job, with a maximum of more than 2 months leave after 15 years on the job. I would guess that most elect to sell that time for cash rather than take the time off. Perhaps the county auditor can provide us with the amount paid last year for unused annual leave. I recall some years ago it used to be in the preliminary budget, and it was an enormous amount. Then, of course, we have your salaries and benefits. With an annual salary of $97,000, you receive another $6,000 to purchase medical insurance, even if the coverage chosen does not cost $6,000. You still receive an annual car allowance of $4,500 plus 36 cents a mile. You should get one or the other, not both. In a 4-year term that you serve, the taxpayers are giving you $18,000 for your car, even though the 36 cents is to cover owning and operating costs. Then you have $3,000 a year going into your 401k and $6,000 going into your retirement plan. So your annual compensation is closer to $117,000 a year. I would like this board to disclose to the public what your gross income is that shows on your W-2 form. Of course, deleting your social security number and address, the W-2 should be a public record. If you do not want to provide it to the press and the public, I'll request it under the California Public Records Act. I think the public would be interested in knowing what your gross income is, while at the same time we're fighting to keep our jail open. The taxpayers of Ventura County deserve fiscal responsibility from their Board of Supervisors, and I don't think they're getting it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nick Quidway, excuse me.
Nick Iqbal Kidwai, representing concerned citizens of Thousand Oaks. I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. Honorable and distinguished Chairperson Michaels, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Johnston. I don't have a eloquent prepared speech like Mr. Robbins, but I feel strongly enough to take away from work, and I appreciate your taking a semi-late card. First of all, I'd like to say that I think you are probably aware that the city of Burbank was ruled unconstitutional to have the starting of the meetings with the prayer. And while I appreciate starting this board's meetings with a prayer, I would implore that you should really be inclusive of all the religious denominations that you represent, and not just a certain majority. And unless you don't do that, we will have to take action. There is a Buddhist temple in Oxnard. I would like to see a monk come from there. You have 2 or 3, you have 3 Islamic centers, you have LDS, you have other denominations of Christianity, and of course, I believe you do have Jewish people coming, I would imagine. Number 2, I do appreciate the website. You don't really retain minutes and as much information as I would like. I don't know if you have changed the cumulative 5-minute rule. If you have not, I implore that this should be done before the next election, so that we can see that you're really inclusive and want citizen participation. Finally, I'm here to speak about the issue of the day, which is the sue-happy nature of everybody. And I know the sheriff, Mr. Brooks, and Mr. Totten are not here, but perhaps they will watch on the internet. Our concerned citizens are just upset. I mean, starting from this ridiculous massacre invasion of Iraq that took away so much money from the federal coffers, to the recall, to the lowest level. Our members would like to see the W4 also. As somebody who monitors the Thousand Oaks City Council, and they are looking for a raise, I was led to believe that their income was something like $15,000, or they didn't really have a salary, but the papers came up with $31,000 as a total comp pack. And I asked 2 weeks ago for information, and as usual, I have just been given the runaround. And so I would like to have that available and put on the internet. That's the best way to do that. This you cannot buy. I think the Beatles said it. You can't buy me love, and you cannot just buy safety by spending money on law enforcement. Unfortunately, I've had a loved one that has been on the other side of the fence, and this county going after wannabe gang members or teenagers as if they were the Colombian cartel or something like that, if they have a joint or if they are caught drinking a six-pack. The attorney that I had representing me was from the other side, from Sherman Oaks, and he said, I mean, these kind of things, they're just completely ignored and not handled. But over here, it has gone to the other extreme. That's not good law enforcement. Just throwing money at this thing. And we are with you, with the board, regarding this. I was, in fact, involved when the ordinance was passed, when the voters were being asked, and I remember we had a candidate called Trudy Lowe that supported the sheriff, and everybody went on board. And you have the responsibility regarding the budget, and I implore you to put some sense into these people, just like the 5-minute rule, where because it was for one gentleman, you cannot, using this mic system, come up with some of the solutions. But I hope the sheriff and the DA will sit down with you folks and resolve this thing without spending more of our taxpayer dollars. Once again, thank you for letting me speak, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your comments. I have no further cards, so we'll move to board comments. Everybody's busy signing. Supervisor Bennett, you're ready.
Two things. Literally right at this moment, 8:45, the judge is supposed to be announcing the sentencing in the Cadis case. I think so. It'll be very interesting for us to see what that ruling might be. I was hoping that the sentence would be announced and I would be able to have that information, but we're moving promptly through all of our comments here this morning. And the other thing is I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of Robert Merkley, Roderick Brown, and Dr. William G. Sparks. He served in the United States Air Force and had a dental practice here in the city of Ventura for 35 years until heart surgery recently forced him into retirement. Thank you very much.
Okay, Supervisor Long.
Yes, good morning. I mentioned last week the Urban County Caucus had had a discussion regarding the gap in the VLF and the backfill and the issue with the working with the leadership as to that those funds being in essence a loan from local government until which time a budget is settled, etc. Urban County Caucus had a follow-up special meeting and discussion on the same, and just prior to that, the CSAC officers had taken a position and in fact sent a letter to John Burton that represented on behalf of CSAC a position that the concept of addressing the potential gap in the VLF backfill during the implementation of the VLF trigger as a loan from cities and counties to the state, as well as the concept of a local sales tax property tax swap to secure a revenue stream for the $10.7 billion in deficit financing bonds. And the officers of CSAC presented this letter in support of deferring payment of this backfill gap, which is estimated at $825 million, which is the first quarter payment, with interest. So deferring that with interest until August 15th of 2006 at the latest. The proposal would include provisions to protect cities and counties that rely heavily on VLF revenues as general purpose revenue source, and that there would be a pledge that this gap of 825, as stated in the letter, would be repaid to local government by August 15th of 2006. Urban County Caucus could not come to the same agreement. There was division, strong division within the caucus, so the caucus did not act in the same manner as the CSAC leadership did. The CSAC leadership also, in the same letter, provided a letter of support or comments in support of a sales tax property tax swap in a manner similar to that proposed in AB 1221, which is the Steinberg-Campbell bill. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. If you hadn't had a chance to see it, I hope you would have received it. And there won't be a CSAC executive board meeting until August to try to further understand why the leadership took this position, frankly, without full executive committee discussion and or board of directors discussion. Obviously, things are moving fast, and they felt this was a good offering to the leadership to, I believe, imply that we're trying to work with them to find some compromise and to get some action out of the state. But as in talking with our CEO and the auditor controller, we know that, as was already said last week, we will have a cash flow problem. And this action probably won't help that cash flow problem. In addition to weighing in on the sales tax, property tax swap legislation, which we haven't had discussion of. So I know that our lobbyists and Sue and Hughes and others will continue to follow this. I'm planning to attend the CSAC meeting. Just wanted to give you a report out, weighed in on it. I'd ask the board to adjourn in memory. Ventura County lost two greats in the aviation industry this week, one being Richard Perry Corney, resident of the county for 33 years, retired from Grumman Aerospace Corporation. He aided in the design of the lunar module used in the first historic lunar landing and assisted in the return to the Earth of the Apollo 13 crew. Active with the Knights of Columbus, the Padre Sarah Catholic Church, and Food Share. And then also for John Clark, a Camarillo resident for the last 40 years. He was a pioneer in the aviation industry, collaborating on the design of the B-2 bomber, the supersonic transport, assisted in the design of one of Amelia Earhart's planes, but not her last one, and consulted with Charles Lindbergh, Howard Hughes, and Jack Northrop, very much both activists in the aviation industry, and will be missed. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll submit a list to the clerk and ask the board to adjourn in memory.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Parks?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on a meeting that we had with cities from the East County and Supervisor Michaels and myself with the sheriff regarding the East County Jail. And what the sheriff's looking at now is, instead of closing it on August 17th, as he had suggested, he's now looking at going to a less hours of operation and just going for the 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift, which really has the lion's share of bookings. And that he will do for another month. So we'll have until mid-September before he moves forward again in wanting to close the jail down. So this, I appreciate the ability to look at options other than just kind of the ultimatum of closing it and that's it. So I think the cities again will be meeting again with Supervisor Michaels and myself in the beginning of September and seeing what we can do. I know as the budget cuts come from Sacramento, we're really going to be needing to look at major cuts, and at that time I think we might be considering something like the closure of the East County Jail, but I think at this point it would be the sheriff would be able to keep it open. So that's my comment.
Okay. I would ask the board to adjourn in memory of the citizens on this list. And just as a follow-up, it was a good meeting. I think everybody has, well, all but one city have realized that, you know, we're all faced with budget issues. The city of Simi is continuing to work with us and feel they may have to add officers. If they do, that's something their council will have to deal with. But I appreciate, you know, the time extension and the reduced hours, partially because that will give all of the agencies involved an opportunity to work with it for a short while and then make the decision, you know, it just wasn't worth it. Their services were still interrupted too much, and so, you know, better to make total new plans, or that it works very well and it might be a savings that we stumbled upon almost accidentally, but that would be permanent and ongoing. So we will see what happens in the first couple of weeks in September when we get back together. But I appreciate that everybody was at the table and everybody was trying to come up with a solution. And there may not be a solution. And that was the word that I put out very strongly, that once the state budget is in, we may be back to square one, and there may be fewer services than we're even talking about. So I do appreciate the meeting, and I appreciate Supervisor Parks coming over and all of us working together. Actually, she came up with a couple of really good ideas, and the one that we're going to execute was one that she put on the table in the very beginning. So we'll see. It's working out. But one quick comment, and it was a city manager from one of the East County cities that said, so, okay, if we do this and we get 30 extra days, does anything change? And I said, we can't guarantee that with the extension, the ultimate result will change. All we know is we have an extension to work with and try and plan around. So I did tell him, however, I can guarantee a change if the state does what we think they're going to do. So, sure.
I know we've talked about this before, and we don't seem to be able to get anywhere with it. But I would hope that maybe in your discussions you could bring some alternative things up that are not directly related to the jail, East County Jail, and that would be the helicopter. As I see it, there could be $800,000 freed up if some changes were made in that service. So I would hope that you could bring that up too. I know the sheriff is against it. I know it's probably politically unpopular, but on the other hand, the times call for decisions to be made that are hard decisions.
Thank you for those comments. And we have talked about a lot of alternatives. You know, Supervisor Parks and I didn't put that particular one on the table because we didn't feel it was a proper discussion for the East County cities to have. But, you know, whenever this state brings in a budget, I think we're going to be having a lot of discussions about changes that are going to be absolutely necessary. The issue, I think, is the difficulty with which we are trying to work some of these situations. The board has the fiduciary control over the budget and what the allocation is, but the sheriff has the authority over the spending of those appropriations in his department and how he prioritizes services, et cetera. And so it creates a difficult situation that calls for working together, because we can't demand that the sheriff do something that he may not want to do. And of course, those things can be handled through a budget. But at this point in time, we're kind of stalemated because of the different statutory authorities, and they're kind of in conflict at the moment. But we did talk about all of those things, SSTs and reserve officers, and the agencies all got together with their professional hats on and talked, and a lot of the ideas that sounded good were not operationally sound once the agencies started talking to each other. And so that's the best we can do for now. Stay tuned.
May I
Yes, sir.
thank you, though, for working on the issue, both of you. It needs to be discussed. Thanks
Yeah.
for bringing it together with the sheriff.
Well, and I thank the sheriff for being at all of the meetings and being very, open and honest about, what his priorities are and what the difficulties are. So I think we'll do fine when we get there.
One thing I like about the sheriff, he never loses his temper. He has the same mood, at least from my experience. Everybody's smiling.
I've seen him lose his temper. Okay. I think you said that about attorneys a minute ago, too.
I should write a book, How to Lose Your Temper.
Anger management.
Yes. Okay, with that, we're done with board comments, and we move to the regular agenda, and I would like to take item 38 at this time, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator, for the report of investments.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Johnston. My name is Bob Hanson, Chief Investment Officer for the county, or as Hal Pittman, the previous treasurer, used to call me, Ventura County's answer to Mr. Greenspan. Speaking of Mr. Greenspan, 13 times in a row now we've dropped interest rates. The cost of money is now 1% between banks. The Fed took a bias this time, which means what do they think is going on, of balance, which means they see some strength and some weakness. So the picture's brighter. For short-term interest rates, we don't see any rise appreciably, possibly until next year. But it was funny, after he spoke, long-term rates rose. The 10-year, which is what mortgages go after, rose 1%. So we hope that doesn't hurt the housing market. But the interesting thing with rates rising, long-term rates are what short-term rates will be in the future. So the people in the market think that rates will rise eventually in the next 6 months to 12 months in the short term. Given that, the curve did steepen, and we're trying to take advantage of going out in the 2 and 3 year area with a minimum amount of money, but most of our money is in the short-term area because we're a sort of the bank or a fund for the county, and of course that money is being invested at 1%. But as you've heard me say many times, the first criteria is credit, second is marketability, and third is rate. And that's in our investment policy that's been approved by the board all 9 years that I've been here, and I just had my anniversary, so I'm glad that we keep it in that order. It keeps us out of trouble. But low interest rates aren't necessarily a bad thing. I'd like to compliment Mr. Johnson and Mr. Dursey on the trans. They went out and borrowed money at under 1%. So it just depends on which end you're at. When you're investing, it's not good, but if you're borrowing, you can get some great rates. At this point, any questions?
Questions? Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, if we put you on at the beginning each time, will you start off with jokes like this? This is better than usually what we get at 3:30 when we're all tired and nobody's in the room.
Well, this is lunchtime for me. My mornings start about 3:15 because I come down from Santa Barbara and then I'm on the Eastern clock anyway, so it's just about lunchtime for me.
I did, on a serious note, I did want to share that I want to ask your perspective. and thoughts. One, there had been, some talk about deflation being out there, being the fear in the springtime. With seeing long-term rates jumping up, does that quell any thoughts that you think, any serious thoughts people have of deflation actually hitting?
I really think that we're right in the middle. That's why they picked balanced. I think there's no more fear of deflation now than there is inflation. Right. And at this point, I think they hope that this thing will just ride itself out. So I don't think there's an overwhelming bias that I hear for a rapid rise in rates or a big drop in prices. We seem to be right in the middle, looking at economic numbers, which all are different. Some are good and some are bad. We seem to be right in the middle.
Great, thank you. I would offer just a comment. You mentioned about long-term mortgage rates going up, and just for the benefit, as we're getting ready, we're going to have a budget presentation by the CEO, but we have been very fortunate in Ventura County to have these rising real estate prices. And if we get, any significant increase in rates, I think it will be such a psychological shock to people who have been used to these really low rates that we should not, as we think about our budget for next year, think that we're going to have the same real estate inflation and property tax appreciation that we've had in the past. And that's just one more of the interesting challenges that we will get to deal with budget-wise. Thanks.
I would agree with you.
Okay, other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate the report and all that you do. As difficult as it is, we're still okay. We're lucky to have that kind of quality in our investor. Okay, now we will go back to the regular agenda. Item 32, appointment of W. Lee Wan, MD. Is there any questions? Conversation? Nothing. I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 33 was pulled. Item 34 is a recommendation through the chair to appoint Naomi Tomasetti and Jennifer Shawls, I think, to the Child Care Planning Council of Ventura County. Those recommendations came from the group through my office. I have a motion, second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, we're at item 35, which is Public Works, approval of a grant agreement from California Department of Fish and Game. Item 35. Is there any staff here? Are there any questions?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 36, approval of an amended cooperative agreement.
Let's pull.
Was 36 pulled?
Did you pull it? No. Okay.
33.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and I will move the recommended
Second.
action. I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 37.
Yeah, may I ask a question?
Certainly.
On item 37, Frank, is the 4/5 vote required on that? Is the contract change on? I just wanted to clarify that for the board before the vote. That I don't believe it requires 4/5. I think.
Oh, okay.
Our auditor controller caught that. Thank you, Christine.
Move the item.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. We've done item 38. Item 39, informational
Move
item.
to receive and file.
I have a motion to receive and file and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, that completes our regular agenda. So I think that at this time, the board will go into closed session, and we will get started on a very long day of closed session. We will return at 9:30 for the 9:30 time certain item. to sign this morning. Yeah, you must have 50 of these. Okay, we need to call the meeting back to order. And we will go to our 9:30 time certain, which is the update presentation by our county executive officer on the state of the county budget and the state of the non-existent state budget. Good morning, Mr. Johnston.
Madam Chair, to quote former President Reagan, here we go again.
Oh, man.
We don't know anything for sure, but the latest information that's coming out informally from Sacramento is that there are some folks in positions of authority who believe that they're getting close to some kind of a deal, and that some kind of deal does not include any kind of even temporary tax increase. Having a deal is a good thing. If they are not coming up with new revenues, the conclusion has to be that there will be more severe cuts. So we're anticipating that we're going to hear more within the next 2 weeks, and that the state may in fact actually have a budget by then. So then the next question is what do we do? I suggest that while your board's going dark in August, that should not be an issue, because we're going to need all of August to absorb what it comes from the state and to come up with consider some alternative approaches to this. And I will be bringing labor and management to sit down at the table and see which of the alternatives are preferred. And then in September, when your board comes back together, we'll have some proposals for you. And I suspect that we'll probably be back into a quasi-hearing process and taking a new look at our budget, as we knew we would have to when it was adopted in June. The cash flow question that I brought up last week, I didn't mean to alarm anyone. I just wanted to be sure the public, as well as your board, was informed that when the state of California stops sending money to county government then is in the position of either stop providing services or in financing those services in the short term. The short term, can be defined anywhere from, a month to, I guess, a year. But while we have been very careful trying to build our reserves and put ourselves in a safer position, one of the things we did in the adopted budget is that in order to try to disrupt public service as little as possible until we knew what the state was doing, is we included in the budget a draw on our reserves to pay for these SB 90, the state mandated requirements. A lot of it has to do with children and education. And so we have about $6 to $8 million of appropriation in our budget that we did not believe we were going to receive money from the state during the course of the year, and the auditor controller was not in a position to treat that as revenue, which is what's created the problem. The reason I'm mentioning it to you this morning is that decision may be in play again right along with everything else, because we can't spend the money 2 and 3 times. We can only spend it once, and we have anticipated about $14 million worth of bridge financing in our budget, trying to soften this. And if the state comes in and cuts us as severely as it looks like they may, some of those dollars have to go to take care of the state reductions, which means that some of our mitigation account and our strategy to try to minimize the impact on the workforce and on services may have to be totally relooked at. In terms of cash flow, we did get a little bit of good information or good news. Last week we thought that the cash flow problem for our social services department was about a $1.3 million a month. That appears to be a $900,000 a month problem. It's still a sizable problem, but not as large as we thought it would be. The question about health care and what happens there. Health care, generally speaking, is on a quarterly reimbursement program, which means at the end of the first quarter, we would then be reimbursed by the state, so you won't have any impact on your cash that wasn't anticipated until the end of September. So basically what I'm saying to you is this gets us into September at a time when we're going to be looking at everything, and I believe you're going to have a state budget, so that would be the time to actually start addressing, you know, what are we going to do, and over how many years can we stretch it in order not to, you know, make a severe right turn with the government policy. VLF, as Supervisor Long mentioned, continues to be a really big concern because the amount of money we collect locally, or we receive locally from the state of California on a quarterly basis is about $12 million. And we all know that the trigger that is being litigated and disputed as far as the backfill, that is not actually going to take place until October as far as the state getting the money. So the question it continues to be, is the state, or will the state backfill the first quarter out of other revenues, which is the $12 million. 3 of it is realignment monies that are over in the social service health area, and the $9 million is your general fund. If they don't give us a date when they will pay that, and I think that's why CSAC, the Association of Counties, is pushing for a loan concept, because even though you can't book revenue, you can borrow against, you know, a future stream of income. And so I think that's what, so there's a lot of ifs as to what the impact is, but if they do not give us a date, or that date is too far out and you can either be booked or borrowed against, there's $9 million in the general fund, and that is huge. So as Supervisor Michaels and Supervisor Parks mentioned, that while they were working hard on trying to keep the East Valley booking operation going, you know, basically all bets are off if there's a $9 million hit. We tried to set your budget up contrary to a lot of the letters to the editor and articles in the newspaper about the public safety funding. The first step we took was your board gave virtually all of the new money to public safety in an effort to keep the commitment under 4088. Having provided that amount of money doesn't mean that we may not be forced as an economic reality to go back and visit that. But the strategy was to allow public safety to know kind of what the guidelines were early, and they could then start managing their budget. With the hope that when the state adopted the state budget, that we would not have to revisit public safety. That was a strategy and an effort, but it was not a guarantee. And this whole thing with VLF could change that entire strategy. So those are kind of the high points.
High points?
Yeah.
Don't tell me the low points.
Yeah, okay, these are the low points, but in summary, these are the low points. Also, some comment was made earlier, and I can't remember exactly how it was brought up, but let me say this about the problem of sitting down trying to work out these things on reductions. If the person or the entity you're negotiating with, in this case the public safety entity, believes that they are entitled to a certain amount of money and that they will get that money at some point, they are less likely, or it's more difficult for them to sit down and get focused on how to cut themselves if they think that's a meaningless activity and it just requires the courts or somebody to rule. I'm hoping that they will, that in my conversations with all the public safety managers, that they will recognize that even if a court were to rule that you're under the law entitled to some more money, if there is no more money, you're not going to get it, or at least you're not going to get it in a timely way. And that is the dilemma faced by not just Ventura County. Ventura County in some ways is better positioned than other counties because your board stood fast on not perpetuating the parity in labor contracts. You stood fast on the not increasing the pension benefits. But despite that, you know, everybody in California is faced with this. So we'll be working with public safety. The sheriff has been very cooperative. You know, in recent weeks we've sat down a number of times, and he recognizes that your board made a major effort to try to avoid layoffs, and in fact he acknowledged that during his graduation ceremony at the academy. So I think everybody understands and is trying to work together. But the fact that somebody said, I think the gentleman has left, but the one who mentioned under public comment about the, what do you call it, suit happy or whatever he referred to it. When times are tough and everybody's trying to defend their territory or their turf and their entitlements, that's what courts are for, is to try to provide a civilized and peaceful way of sorting out the law. And so it should be no surprise to anybody that in these desperate times that more suits will be filed for people trying to protect their interests. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I do have a card, a speaker card. Are there any questions before I take the speaker? Okay.
I'll wait. Speaker.
Okay. See, you can negotiate an agreement. I have one card on this item, Diana Landcar. Pardon? Okay. With that then, board comments, Supervisor Long?
I'd like to ask if the CEO, and I don't like to ask that you spend a lot of time on what-if scenarios, but because of the CSAC action on this proposal for sales tax, property tax realignment, if that's what you want to call it, following the AB 1221, could you have staff take a look at that and perhaps give us a what-if scenario back next week? Because it does entail the Bradley Burns sales tax rate exchange, obviously the issue between sales tax and property tax for operation of local government.
I think I can answer that question now.
Okay.
And I say I think because everybody is trying to interpret something that hasn't been done yet. But if I understand correctly how they're going about this, the state is trying to come up with a stream of income that is credible to the borrower or to the lenders, and promising the lenders that they will repay a debt out of the general fund of California apparently doesn't have high credibility right now. At least it doesn't with me, because the backfill was a promise from the state to pay for us, or to pay us out of general fund, and they've gone back on that because of the difficult financial times. So what they're attempting to do is without increasing sales tax, is to use sales tax as that dedicated stream. It's kind of a sleight of hand. As it was explained to me, they're going to take like half of what we get locally and transfer that to the state or the State Board of Equalization, use that money to help secure their loan, and then have us take that less credible promise that they will then give money back to us out of the general fund. The financial impact on that, it's a good news, bad news thing. Ventura County, one of the reasons why we have some of the difficulties we have is that we don't get very much sales tax. There's almost there are very few cash registers in the county, unincorporated area, where the sales tax is credited. We get about $7 million a year from sales tax. That's the bad news, but in this case it turns into a little bit of good news, because by them targeting that, we're a smaller target than some jurisdictions. I believe the impact of that decision, if it goes through, is going to be something in the neighborhood of around $2 million, maybe a little less. But you add that to VLF and all the other things that are going on, and pretty soon you're talking real money, right?
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, my first comment, $9 million here, $9 million there. Pretty soon we're talking real money here for us. But for the people in the public, they need to realize this is $9 million on top of enormous cuts we've already made, and this $9 million is going to come out of the marrow of the system, not not the fat. That's what's going to be really challenging with it. So in my mind, I just would like to offer these observations and thoughts. In my mind, it means there is no new money, and we still have people saying, come up with some more money. This is really an important program, worthy program. I think we have to recognize there's no new money, because it's how much, it's where are we going to cut just to try to survive here. To give you, an example, there is a new money. There will be inevitably some new money demands that we don't even know about, that we'll have to do. Something will happen with the funding in such a way that we'll lose, $5 million worth of federal money if we don't put up $50,000, and we're going to have to find the $50,000 somewhere. That kind of stuff will happen. One classic example is we're going to have to come up with $800,000 for a recall election, likely, right? We don't know that for sure, but that's $800,000 we have to come up with. So there will be demands for new money. They will be demands that will be absolutely ones that we can't not go with, and that's going to be at the same time that we're trying to cut, $9 million, I think, maybe on the short end of where that is. I do assume I want to clarify when you said you'll talk with, if the cuts come and we're dark, you're going to be talking in the month of August, and you'll be talking with the unions about all those issues we've talked about, furloughs and salary and all that stuff. Then I would offer this final observation on my part, and that is, I would hope that at that point in time when we get the state's budgets that we have a bias towards not carrying anything. In other words, up to this point in time, we said, well, we'll carry this because we think the state, is possibly going to reimburse us, et cetera. I think when we get to that point and the state's cut us, then our bias ought to be the other way. Unless we have real assurances, we ought to say it's not going to happen, because we've kind of gone one way, and now once we get that real hit, it was possible, it's possible. I think at some point we thought it was possible they would do a revenue increase. The hit wouldn't be that severe for us. They'd protect us. But if the hit comes as severe as you're projecting or speculating, the experts are telling us, then my bias would switch to the other side of that, and as batten down the hatches, protect us as much as possible.
If I understand you correctly, and clarify it if you will, but if we try to do a program or a service and the state takes away the money and we somehow find it, before they take away the money, we assume they're going to fund it, then the state will say, see, what did I tell you? They've got money at the local level to do more and more of these things. Is that your...
Well, it's similar to that, a little more specific. There are some programs that right now we're maintaining because we believe the state will reimburse us.
Yeah.
And later. And so we are intentionally taking the money out of our reserves. Now that sort of violates our principle, which says we don't engage in deficit spending for ongoing programs. So I'm saying if the state does hit us as hard as we think they're going to hit us, then our bias ought to switch that we're not going to get reimbursed, so we don't dip into our reserves to run ongoing programs, thinking that...
In other words, we cancel the program.
Yeah, exactly. Right, that the state's going to reimburse us. That we could chew our reserves are smaller than other counties' reserves percentage-wise, and we could chew through these things in real short order and find ourselves a year from now with the state still, struggling and us still struggling. So those are just my own personal, not the board. Obviously, the board has to take action, but those are my own personal observations. Thank you.
Okay. Certainly.
Yeah, I'll respond to a couple of things the public should be aware of. You mentioned the recall election. Coincidentally, the approximate cost of having the special election for the recall is what it would cost us to keep the East Valley booking station open for a year. So rather than spending it for services, we'll be spending it, on elections. That's another one of the bizarre behaviors that occur when there's not enough resource. Lawsuits are one, special elections are another. In response to Supervisor Flynn's question, or asking for clarification on, when we talk about finding money, we don't really find money. It's a matter of whether there's two kinds of money. There's the money that comes in as current income to pay for current expense, and then just like everybody in the community, if you're fortunate enough to have saved some money, you've got a savings account. That found money generally comes from savings accounts. To give you an idea, Ventura County's savings account for the general fund is about 5% of its operating budget. The little city of Ojai, where I live, I read in the paper where the city manager says we like to keep about 50% in reserves of our operating budget. So the county's operating at 5%, and there are cities that have as much as 50% of their operating budget. That's a much more prudent way to operate. It's just we're never in a position to do that. So when we talk about finding money, we would be finding it in this 5% savings account. And you heard Mr. Hansen from the Treasurer's Office this morning say that when you're talking about investments and the way in which you manage the county's money, number one is credit, number two is marketability. Well, this goes to credit. We already have jeopardized ourselves in years past on the credit rating, and we have worked very hard this last 2-3 years making some really tough decisions and some very difficult labor decisions preserving our credit rating. So when people think we're going to find money, if we find that money, it will mean that we will drain our savings account and in effect be loaning the money to the state of California, who's already lost their credit rating. So we are in that dilemma, but in September, we'll lay all the cards on the table and there'll be choices to be made. I will not be recommending you find money.
No. Other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Just a couple. One, I'm glad that Supervisor Long is concerned with the CSAC resolution, and I had some concerns with that too. The idea that we're offering to give away when we know that, in the hope that it will be returned when we know that hasn't happened in the past. Another comment is looking at the union contracts. I mean, we've just had, I think, an automatic pay raise that went into effect for some managers of a department, but those have already been hammered out. And I'm just wondering, some comments were made at public comments about the pay raises. These aren't ones that are going out now, but a lot of these are required from previous contracts. So I know that's going to be some of the problems that we'll have to look at, or you'll have to look at over the August hiatus in terms of what can and cannot be done. But just a final comment is regarding some of the projects that our county has put together, that while the sheriff or the public safety has received some like 83% of all new revenue, a lot of that went to the juvenile justice complex, or will go to it as that becomes operational. And I look at a facility like that and think that if we can do what we can in terms of leasing it out to other counties and other cities that could then use it and pay for the operating costs, I think that would be very helpful. Looking at things even as the boating center, how are we going to operate that? So, I mean, we have to look at what, in these times, unfortunately, even though funds are available to build things, they may not be available to operate. So that's something we have to look at, too.
Anybody else?
One comment.
Okay.
And it's been made before, so. But as we come closer and closer to what could be a disaster, it seems to me that the sales tax collected in the county of Ventura, which includes those taxes collected in the various cities, and I asked Auditor Controller to find out the total amount. It seems to me that we need to be looking at our, which we're doing, but need to be looking at our finance problem, financing county government and the services that it gives. And many of those services, or most of those services, are within the cities. Health, for example. Mental health, another example, which takes quite a few local dollars. That we need to, hopefully soon, talk with the cities about how are we going to cope with this issue, because they're going to be affected too. I maintain that the guidelines for orderly development dictate that we change our way of financing county government. We don't have any hotels out there where we collect bed tax and lots of sales tax and all of that because of the guidelines, and I firmly believe in the guidelines, but the guidelines have caught up with us as far as financing our needs. So it's hard to say cities, we're in trouble, because some of them say we're in trouble too. But they're not in trouble we're in. The county government all over the state of California is in trouble. We're especially in trouble because we like good land use planning in this county. Look at some of the other counties. Look at LA County, for example, where it's going. It's marching to Bakersfield, to the San Joaquin Valley and its development. And of course, a lot of that revenue comes into that county. So if we could think about how we're going to approach the cities or have some kind of relationship with the cities, and Frank over there's got a smile on his face. I know it's hard, Frank, but what are we going to do? We have to do this someday, and someday should be soon.
The issue.
How popular this is. No one commented.
I'm going to comment, John. The Supervisor Long mentioned it when she asked what is the impact of the sales tax flip-flop or triple something or other. They've got all kinds of names for the triple flip. One of the things that I noticed, and I'm not sure this is accurate, but I believe it is, that when we say there's some good news in the sales tax issue for us because we get very little sales tax, the other side of that coin is it's bad news disproportionately for cities. So while cities are in better shape than counties up to this point, they are going to get hit very hard, I believe, if this sales tax plan goes through, because they live on sales tax and they have large sums of it. And so if they are going to lose some of their sales tax, percentage-wise, it's going to be huge. You look at all the counties in California and compare it to all the cities. Going to cities now, in our moment of need, they're going to have the same moment of need, unfortunately, and it's going to relate to this very subject. I think what Supervisor Flynn is suggesting, and I think that there's no question that it is the problem to be solved and no one's looking at it, is the tax structure for local government doesn't work. And when the state of California said they're going to create a more stable tax structure for the state by taking more money from the local governments with limitations on our ability to do anything except charge fees, and in that case we can only charge a fee for a service provided. It's a business where you can never make a profit, you can only take a loss, and no matter how good you are, you're going to take losses, and that's kind of what local government is doing right now.
Okay, thank you.
People continue smoking.
Well, that's a sad statement, but it is unfortunately quite true, because it is a stream of revenue that people are learning to rely on. And I gave my soapbox speech about that a long time ago, so I'm not going back into that. But for a long time, I have, I guess I could be called a rabble rouser. I have said if counties don't start sticking together and telling the state no, we are going to someday be in crisis. Well, guess what? We're in crisis. Because for a long time, the 58 counties refused to do anything more than be offended by what the state was doing, but not take action. And there was always this comment like, well, if we go up against the state, they won't, they'll start finding other ways to hurt us, and they keep the money. And, well, they're doing it anyway, for criminy sakes. And so what did it get any of us? And for CSAC to roll now on this issue just drives me right straight up the wall. And it's one of the things that I'd really like to be vocal about, but we don't have enough time this morning. I believe that the cities are going to be hit, and I've had this conversation with a lot of them, and until we do something with the overall state structure, we will continue down this path. There is layer upon layer upon layer of bureaucracy up there, because the state legislators up until recently have never been in local government, and it is their opinion that local government doesn't know what they're doing, that they're big spenders, and if they're going to send state money down here, they need somebody to oversee that. And the taxpayers are paying for 2 and 3 and 4 layers of bureaucracy. The paperwork, the rules and regulations, when they think up a program up there that's supposed to help people, they take 10% off the top as an administrative fee of all of the federal money that comes in, and then they go start filling up bigger and better buildings with people who can make sure that the county and the city spends the money correctly. and accomplishes what they're supposed to. Well, we're so freaking busy writing paperwork that we're not interfacing with the end user, who is the one that is supposed to benefit from this wonderful program. And so, you know, I think it's time that cities and counties, the leadership, start just telling the state, no, you want it done, you want the program to happen, fine, keep your money and do it yourself, and see how long that lasts. Because they don't want to have to interface with our citizens. They want to sit up there in the ivory tower and think up all these wonderful programs, but they don't want to have to deal with the citizens on a day-to-day basis. So I just think that if a few times we said, no, stick it, that we'd finally start getting some logical legislation down and some cures for the problems that we deal with. And for CSAC to do what it did just inflames me. They're, you know, I mean, I'm not going to write on behalf of the board,
Can you imagine,
but I'm writing them a letter,
can you
believe
imagine
me.
saying, stick it to John Burton?
Absolutely. I've done it more than once. You know, I'm sorry. So times to be politically correct are over. Now we face the tough issues. So enough of that.
Emphasize one point that you made.
Certainly.
And I really think you made some good ones. And that is, one time I called for a meeting of all public entities that have anything to do with a tanker, oil tanker spill off our shores here. And we had 20 different entities come to the meeting from all over the place. And I said, who's the lead agency here? Well, it was the Coast Guard. And I said, we better start reducing all this bureaucracy to try to deal with an oil leak. But that's exactly what you're saying.
Yep. Okay. With that, we will move on, unless there's any further comments from anyone. We will move on to our 10 a.m., which is item 24, a public hearing for the Area Agency on Aging, Supportive and Nutritional Services, and Subgrantee Funding Recommendations 0304. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair Michaels, board members, and Mr. Johnson. Item number 24, we're merely asking your board to hear the supportive and nutritional services recommendations that the Advisory Council has developed for this fiscal year 2003-04. I will go over those items. In renewal contracts, the Advisory Council is recommending that the City of Moore Park receive $6,700 for Lifeline services, Catholic Charities, Aging in Place, $30,000, Catholic Charities for In-Home Assistance, $55,000, Elder Pride Shop-Ahoy, $32,400, Kids and Families Together, $16,160, Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurses Association for Respite Care, $42,000, Long-Term Care Services of Ventura County for Education and Support, $20,000. Senior Concerns Adult Daycare, $21,500. Villa Esperanza, $14,700. And the Alzheimer's Association for In-Home Care Consultation, $20,000. So on renewal contracts, they're recommending $258,460. In new contracts, they're recommending Senior Concerns Alzheimer's Daycare Resource Center, $76,007. Gray Law for Legal Services, $51,020. Long-Term Care Services of Ventura, the Ombudsman Program, $97,365. Help of Ojai for an Adaptive Computer Program, $40,000. Moore Park for Paths to Vital Aging, $40,000. The Human Services Agency for Congregate Meals, $604,698. Same agency for home delivered meals, $298,691. The Ventura County Transportation Commission for Nutrition Transportation, $66,500. Visiting Nurses Association, subsidized hospice care, $11,000. A home support group, $4,000 for caregiver assistance. City of Moore Park for health and wellness, $5,000. Alzheimer's Association Emergency Respite, $30,000. Help of Ojai Art Therapy in Oakview, $5,000. Help of Ojai, their in Ojai program, $5,000. Villa Esperanza Care for Caregivers, $8,000. And the City of Ventura Bone Density Program and Cooking for One, $5,000. This is a conglomeration of Title 3C, 1, 2, B, E, and D programs.
just have a question.
What a mind. I couldn't remember all that. Yes, sir.
Does Meals on Wheels get any money?
No, Meals on Wheels does not get any money because the Human Service Agency is grandfathered in here in Ventura County under the Older Americans Act.
Other questions? I have just one. Item 8, Ventura County Transportation Commission, Nutrition Transportation.
Yes, we are required to make some effort to ensure that people who go to the congregate meal sites actually have transportation there. For many years, the Human Service Agency conducted that program themselves. When it reached a point where it really escalated in terms of costs and it was no longer feasible for them to do so, they worked with the Ventura County Transportation Commission to provide different types of services depending on what the particular city might need. So in some areas it's cab service, in some areas it's token kinds of services, and they receive that money to do so to ensure that people can get to and from those meal sites.
Okay, so this is does it go directly to the city to support like a transportation on demand type program, or they actually run the entire program themselves?
Well, no, they actually subcontract with the various entities in the cities, and they vary from one city to the next.
Okay, fine.
They're not duplicating the services.
No, because I was thinking about back when I was in Simeon, we had the small, buses to pick up the elderly and the frail to take them to the senior center or to the hospital or to whatever, and I'm thinking, why are we spending more?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel good about that. Any other questions? Okay.
Oh, yes, I will.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? I have no cards. This was a public hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Thank you very much. That takes care of item 24. Item 25 is a recommendation by Supervisor Flynn, preparation of a county daytime noise ordinance. Supervisor Flynn.
Madam Chair and board members, I put a letter on the board agenda for you to look at with some recommended action. And we do have some people here from El Rio, and I'd like them to talk about the issue if they would first. And then I received a packet of information here, which I had not received until this morning. So, do you have cards on it?
I have one card, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Pamela Sanderson.
Good morning. I'm
Good morning.
not a public speaker, so bear with me while I read my notes, even though I know the subject very well. I'd like to thank the board for their time and especially...
Yes, right in front of the mic. There you go.
I'd like to thank the board for your time this morning, and especially Supervisor Flynn and his staff for the time and patience that you've had with me with all my requests for help in closing down an auto repair and body shop next door to me. I gave the clerk of the board some photos and license numbers to share with you. And I want you to know that I work full-time, and the photos I've taken on my days off and when I've been home with my husband during chemotherapy. And I believe Supervisor Flynn has an album, and these are photos that I've taken just within the last year. I do support a daytime noise ordinance in the county as another tool for code enforcement to use to do their job in matters as I will describe. I've lived in El Rio on Corsicana Drive for 21 years. In October of 2000, I filed a complaint with code enforcement for sandblasting equipment that was being used on automobiles next door to my home that resulted in over $800 in damage to my automobile from the fallout rust particles from the metal. At the request of Joe Newhouse, the code enforcement officer in the area at that time, I started taking photos of the work being done on cars next door and recording license numbers. Code enforcement was contacted several times during the following 2 years with no results in stopping this activity in the residential area. Last year, I asked Supervisor Flynn for help in this matter after working with what I thought was the proper channels of going through code enforcement, APCD, etc. This auto shop next door to me includes a 1,500 square foot garage, an automobile lift hoist, and a compressor that's as tall as I am, that sits outside the garage and runs not only while the tools such as grinders, cutters, impact wrenches that like they use to remove lug nuts, to remove wheels, and air hoses to blow debris out of the garage and work area, and they have done painting inside the garage also. I'm downwind to this home where this business takes place, and it's resulted in not only just disrupting our life with the noise, but with the fallout. My husband is unhealthy, fighting melanoma cancer, and I just would appreciate you considering the daytime noise ordinance again to give code enforcement just another tool that possibly they can help close down this facility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Supervisor Flynn. I don't have another blue card, sir.
Okay. I just received this packet of information. What I would like to do is, Madam Chair, is continue this for a week so that I can make copies of this and give it to each board member, then put the item on for next week's agenda.
Okay. That would be, I think the board would respect what you would like to do. I might suggest that we wait until the first meeting in September. Our 29th agenda has gone into the wee hours of the morning already, and I think this would probably generate a lot of discussion. But if you feel it's important to get it before the board before the break, then
I would
certainly.
hope that we could put it on next week, continue it to next week's agenda.
Okay.
And that's my motion.
Okay. I'll second that. I don't think you need a motion. I think the board will support you in that. Okay. So that takes us to 10:30. Did you want to comment?
Just a quick question.
Sure.
I support the motion to continue this for a week. The property here is residential where the pictures are taken. All right, so that's all in a residential area. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. One thing I would appreciate is a history of any enforcement action that has been taken, complaints and that on this property. And don't misconstrue this that I'm not in support of considering a noise ordinance, but if all of the rules in the county have already been broken and we're not getting resolution, I don't think one more rule is going to break the chain and this person's going to roll over and say, okay, I'll stop doing it. So I would hope that every tool possible is being used, and certainly we need to consider your request, but my kind of on the surface without knowing too much reaction is, why would this person care about a noise ordinance from the daytime if they already don't care about all of the other things? I'm sure APCD isn't thrilled that they're painting in the garage. I mean, most professional places have to have vents and all of that other stuff. So
it's kind of interesting to note that Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County and most of the cities in our county have an ordinance. It doesn't do everything that a nighttime ordinance does, but it does enough to try to bring about a peaceful situation in neighborhoods. And I've had the experience of actually using it in Oxnard. But anyway, I will get copies of the packet to the board members so you have all the information.
Okay.
I would hope that we could next week, after reading it, direct staff to prepare an ordinance that will serve the purpose of that we need in county to bring some peace to a resolution for peace. Thank you.
And if I might add, if we could get the current ordinance in the packet too, that would be helpful. And then also, I think there's also specifics in the general plan as to the allowance for noise in neighborhoods.
Okay. With that, the board will take a 10-minute break until we get to the 10:30 agendized time certain. I don't see any. Do you want to go back into closed session? Okay, are we on? I'd like to call the meeting back to order for our 10:30 time certain. And that is item 26, Lewis Road widening, and a resolution declaring necessity for acquisition, etc. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Michaels, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. I'm Steve Williams with Public Works. Today's action is adoption of the resolution of necessity for acquisition of right-of-way needed for the Lewis Road widening project. The resolution will put in place the ability for us to initiate eminent domain proceedings to acquire the properties haven't yet acquired if necessary. As you probably know, the final EIR for the Lewis Road project was adopted and approved by your board back in March of 2002. And the project consists in the first phase of widening Lewis Road between Pleasant Valley and Hueneme Road. The project is basically to accommodate increased traffic due to the new State University, Cal State Channel Islands. The project involves acquisition of right-of-way from 13 individual property owners. Our contacts initially began over a year ago with informational meetings with engineering staff and so on, and our staff with all the property owners. And then the next step was for appraisers to meet with the property owners, and we've been in formal negotiations for the last few months. I would say that right now we're cautiously optimistic. We feel that negotiations have gone quite well for a project of this magnitude and complexity. For the most part, the appraised values do not appear to be a problem. I did read this morning that I was quoted in the LA Times saying that we've already acquired everything and there are no problems. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I think what I have to tell you is that values for the most part don't seem to be a problem, and we have reached a tentative agreement with 5 of the property owners. We're close with most of them, but there are still issues to work out, and primarily the issues we need to work out with the property owners involved property impacts for a project of this nature, driveway access points, irrigation line repairs and relocations, a water well that needs to be relocated, and a sound wall on one of the properties that has to be engineered properly. And so these details are complex and they take time, but as I say, I am cautiously optimistic that I know that we're going to work hard to try to resolve everything, but I am optimistic that we will reach agreement with most of the property owners, if not all, and not have to go further into the process, ultimately going to court to acquire the properties. Again, it's important at this point to set a time where we can assure that we'll have legal possession. We need to be able to preserve our state and federal funding and show that we will be able to have possession according to our construction schedule. All of the property owners that we've been in contact with are aware of our schedule. They're aware of the hearing today. They were all given notice of it. And we've worked hard with them, as I said, for the past several months. I can assure you that Keith Filligar and Dave Jackson of my office have worked very hard with this and will continue to work very hard with all these property owners. I believe we do have one of the property owners here this morning, the Petersons, who I think would like to address your board, and we welcome their comments. Again, they are the property that there's an issue of sound wall and some mitigation to it, their house, which is fairly close to the new project. So that would really complete my formal comments. I'm available for questions. The engineering staff is also here to talk about the project in more engineering aspects and scheduling and financing and so on. So if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you very much. I will call the public speaker, Mr. John Peterson. Good morning.
Good morning. My wife and myself, we live on the southwest corner of Lewis and Coelty Road. Yes, we're the ones with the sound wall problems, and we're trying to get those worked out. My wife and I are more than happy to work with the department to cooperate in any way we can on this project. We're for the university. We know that they have to have proper access to it. The only thing that we're protesting is the value that they've placed on the property that they're taking from us. And I think it affects us more than probably some of the larger. We're the smallest landowner in this whole widening project. So when they take a half acre or an acre from us, it means a lot to us because we started out with 5.9 acres when we built the farm there. And later on, when we did the farm, they wanted 9 feet on Lewis Road, 6 feet on Cowelty Road that we had to give to the county. Now they're coming along Wyden Road, they want a lot more now. I think at the back end of the property, it's a triangle shape. We're losing about 52, 53 feet, somewhere in there. So it means a lot more to us than probably a guy that owns 100 acres along the road. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I have no further cards. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address us on this item? It is a public hearing. Seeing none, I will close the public portion of the comment period and confine the comments to the board. Are there board comments or questions?
Madam
Supervisor Long.
In response to Mr. Peterson, if you look at the map that's included in our agenda item, they are right exactly on the corner of Cowalty and Lewis, and they have been working with our Public Works, and I believe his comments are genuine in the sense that although they have a small property, the impact of both the Cowalty improvement, which is also part of this project, not part of what's before us today, but a total part of all the improvements for the university, and Lewis, and because of the positioning of their home, which is right on that corner, it really does give them an impact that isn't perhaps measurable in the acreage that's being proposed to take from them for the use of this, but more in the direct impact to their driveway and their entry to their home, physically impact, and I don't know how we can equate that, but I'm saying that just to say I would hope that we would continue to look at that there are impacts beyond just the ground that we're talking about here, because it literally takes their front yard, and what concessions can be made or other agreements reached that would help to mitigate that. I would certainly support you continue to try and do that.
Okay. Other comments?
A motion, yes, to move ahead.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the recommendations in the staff report. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. So the project can move on. With that, the board will go back into closed session. We have no more items for the morning. We will be back in open session at 1:30 for our agendized 1:30 time certains. Thank you. I think I do. Okay. Good afternoon. The board is back in session for our 1:30 time certain hearing. This afternoon we have items 29 and 30, which I have been informed we can take together. Oops, I forgot. Time out. Item 20. You know, we didn't take it. Okay. I forgot. Just real quickly, item 28. My apologies. I had already put it on the 1:30 hearing. That is the reappointment of the Agricultural Commissioner, Mr. Earl McPhail. Is there any discussion? Is there a motion?
Is there a public speakers on?
Oh, I thought this was the other one. Oh. Look at the name. We know it's not the next item. I will take public comment first then. Mr. Laird. The shadow of his former self.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure.
You should be proud of that.
I'm not sure how that's germane to the issue, but thanks anyway.
Have I ever always had to be germane to the issue?
No comment. One of the things about being astute in the political process is to know when to speak and when to not to. If you're ready to make a motion, I'm ready to sit down.
Yeah, let's
do that. It's up to you. It's entirely up to you. Craig Underwood? Okay. The chair's ready for a motion. There's no further cards.
Move the appointment. Action to reappoint Mr. McPhail.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. Welcome back aboard.
Good work.
And my apologies for scaring you like that and missing the item. That could have been a bad sign.
That wiped out a whole bunch of...
Yeah. Even had Eileen McCarthy here.
even though he represents all the people.
Well, but Eileen McCarthy's here, and yeah. Okay, now we're back on track. My apologies to item 29 and 30. We will take those items together. We will have one staff report and comments from the public as appropriate, and then we will deliberate and have two separate motions. So whoever is giving the staff report, we're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Craig Malin. I am the case planner for these two items before you. There we go. Okay, the subject of these appeals are Appeals 481 and 482 filed by the appellants Barry and Olga Lane of approval of coastal plan development permits number 1948 and 1949. Both of these PDs were approved for the construction of two 3,730 square feet dwellings at 3833 and 3837 Ocean Drive in Hollywood Beach, as shown on our aerial here. We have the two vacant lots, which are the subject of the appeal, and this is the appellant's house immediately adjacent to the north. This is the beach side right here. Inland is on this side right here. The issues raised by the appellants are as follows. Number one, approval of a 3-story home, which is designated as a 2-story home on the plans, plus a basement to avoid safety requirements for 3-story homes. Second item, improper violation of setbacks by a 50% buildup around the homes, designated as a flower box. Number three, an excessive number of windows on the north side of the dwelling facing the appellant's home, violating their privacy. And number four, improper drainage design. The appellants seek a redesign of the dwellings to address these issues. These 4 items were addressed at the Planning Commission. In addition, the County Building and Safety Department provided testimony to the Commission at that time that the number and labeling of the floors, and the required emergency exit facilities met all code requirements. Staff's response to these issues are contained in the staff reports presented to you. Staff recommends that the board adopt the planning director's findings and deny appeals number 481 and 482, uphold the Planning Commission's decision and approve Coastal Plan Development Permit number 1948 and 1949. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available for any questions you might have. In addition, the appellant and the applicant are in attendance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just want to clarify, this property's all been zoned. The zoning here has stayed this way, stayed stable for long periods of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's all been zoned the same.
It's all properly zoned.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions of staff? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Excuse me. Our first card, Olga Lane.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm not Olga Lane, so I hope you don't mind if I go first. I'm Barry Lane.
It's fine by me. That was just the order the cards were handed to me. If you'll pull the mic over straight in front of you so you're on the record.
Thank you very much. I'm Barry Lane. I live at 3841 Ocean Drive, which is the home, as Mr. Malin pointed out, just to the north of these two properties. Let me state first that I have no objection to Mr. Milbrandt and Mr. Gordon building homes next to me. I have no objection to their building three-story homes next to me. The problem that I had was that when I first saw the plans, and it's the first time that I was ever given an opportunity to any of my neighbors building a plan, is that I did not understand why the plan should be designated a two-story home with a basement, especially when the basement was going to be above ground. Without mentioning names, I inquired of the planning people that I was speaking to at the desk why this was done, and they said forthrightly that a three-story home requires two exits, two means of ingress and egress in the event of some type of an emergency, and that by calling it a two-story home with a basement, they can avoid that. And that didn't sound right. At least it didn't sound right to me. I know from some of my neighbors who live on the lee side of the ocean that they have three-story homes, and they all have two ladders or two means of egress and ingress from the third story. Why would it not be done on the beach side? And I'll be very frank with you, ladies and gentlemen, I still haven't gotten an answer. I'll tell you the answer that I did get. The answer was simply that and I've been living there 18 years, but that some 8 or 9 or 10 years ago, there was a hearing before a board called the IBOC. I think that's what it was called. And they approved the idea of ignoring the requirement for three-story home requiring two sets of staircases. You don't have to do it. And the Planning Commission, apparently of Ventura County, said, well, if they say you don't have to do it, then we don't have to do it. I think it should be put in writing. I think the code should be changed. If this is what you're going to do, say, for example, anything under 1,400 square feet per floor, you don't have to do it. Fine. But none of this wink-wink stuff. It bothers me. It bothers me, frankly, also from the safety standpoint. I know from these plans, as most of these three-story houses are designed, that the bedrooms are on the third level. And most of these families have kids. And it just bothers me that some disaster, some earthquake or something that happened, and because of a lack of a second staircase, somebody can't get out. I was just thinking of the unfortunate thing in Santa Monica, where now the city of Santa Monica is going to be held liable because they didn't put up some kind of extra barrier. Not that they ever thought of it or ever needed it or ever knew that somebody would have his whatever that would go 40 miles an hour, killing all those people. If you want to change the rule, stop the wink-wink and change the rule in writing. I understand building and safety is going to testify that it's been going on for 10 years. In fact, this is also what troubled me. When I saw the response from the planning department and they set forth what the results of the hearing were, Nowhere did it even mention anything about this agreement. It simply said that the appellant says it should be this way with 2 staircases, and the applicant says, well, they've been doing it for 10 years. And that was the only response. Ladies and gentlemen, he's entitled to build his home, but I think he should follow the same rules that everybody else is required to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Olga Lane?
Hi, my name is Olga Lane, 3841 Ocean Drive. I'll follow up everything that my husband also said, but I cannot tell you how, when I first heard it, I had called Mr. Flynn a couple of times, and I asked him about the staircase, and he couldn't figure out why staircases were there either. And I know he was on the Planning Commission, and I never understood why things were being done, why there was all this dirt around the houses. And when this house came up, all of a sudden, I actually got the plans. I didn't get the little ones that you guys have. I actually got a copy of the large ones. When I looked at the large plans, all of a sudden it just didn't make sense. And then when I started asking questions from the people upstairs, asking them why this was being done, everybody that worked behind the counter said this was definitely unsafe. They will not say it on the record, but everyone I talked to said the same thing. I did not talk to one person up there that didn't say it was not safe. They simply said, gee, I wouldn't want to have it in my house. I wouldn't want my kids to be up there and not have the safety. And I'm a mom that has lost a child, and I'm not about, I have to ask you to really look at this, because I cannot live in myself, at least unless I tried, to make you understand this is unsafe for the kids. And apparently there are 2 reasons why it's done. It's one, because they give you more space. Maybe there's an extra closet that they get room for. And the second thing is, I was also told the reason that they make a 2-story, you have to use different kind of piping. I'm not an expert at piping, but there are different requirements. So basically what you're doing, you're building a house on sand, which definitely could never be a basement in a million years, throw some flower pots supposedly around them with several feet of hot dirt, and then you call it a basement. I cannot tell you how incorrect this is. My other complaints on the sheet are, I have to mention them because in case we go farther on this. The easement was also that the easement comes out 2 inches over, and that was already agreed on both by the original planning and the last planning hearing. The other thing that is, and that is supposed to be in the record, so when I don't know if it was not changed between the 2 hearings, between the last planning and supervisor's hearing. It's still on the record, and there's a 2 inches difference. There's also a difference on height. The height does go over the height on the house of 3833. That is above your height level. That was also mentioned by one of your planning people in the hearing. We still would like to have the 3 inches of property between the property. I realize you don't have anything. I would like to have something in writing on that one. And the other thing is that they put 14 windows alone on our side of the house. I don't think any of you guys have a house when one side of your wall has 14 windows. These are sliding doors. I mean, I'm calling sliding doors, I'm counting them as 2, but they're huge 14 windows on one side of a house. No house needs 14 windows so they can look in somebody else's house and property. And if you look on your plan, you can count them on your back of your pages. But I cannot tell you how, when they talk about a 6-foot wall between the houses, they're already starting off at 3 feet beginning at the wall. So basically you're talking about a 9-foot wall, not a 3-foot wall between the houses. But I would like to mention one more time that when you have a house there's a 3-story and you're calling it a 2-story and it's being done to make an extra closet or for whatever reason, and they're not giving the safety to the family should come first. And these are spec houses and somebody else is going to live in there. And maybe your children are not going to live in this house, but maybe they'll have a friend that has the house and they'll spend the night at that house. So please look at this and, figure out some way that the families that are going to be in there or visiting will be safe. These houses are awfully close together, and if some fire happens, they will go very quickly. They're basically townhouses next door to each other. There's 6 feet between them, and by the time you put the eaves and everything else, it's probably less than 3 feet between the 2 houses. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you
for taking the extra time, by the way, for today. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. I have no further cards, so I will close the public testimony portion and confine the comments to the board. I don't have a card. Well, you'll have to come up to the podium, be on the record, and then when you're done making your comments, you'll have to find a blue card and fill it out for me. Roberta has a card. You can get it after you've made your comments.
I'm sorry.
No problem. I just didn't have a card.
My name is Trigg Schaefer. I live at 3529 Ocean Drive. Lived on Hollywood Beach for about almost 30 years. I'm a real estate broker and a general contractor, and I'm representing Mr. Bruce Gordon, who owns the 2 lots and is planning on building the 2 homes. I built other homes around the beach, over 12 of them, and presently building the same home that we're talking about now over on Silver Strand Beach. The experience of building there has been very pleasant, and the project's going along very well. Mr. Gordon apologized that he can't be here today. He's a CFO of Disney and very, very busy, so I'm here to help out represent him. I feel the points made by the Lanes are, well, I won't say uncontestable, but they seem to be. We're in total compliance with the coastal plan and building and safety plan. We're not asking for any concessions or for any variances of the code. We've been approved by both the building and safety as well as the coastal commission. The 4-month delay that we've had thus far is frankly cost my client over $20,000. And his lot loan is expiring next month, as well as his construction loan commitment. As a contractor, I've lost some subcontractors too, because they can't wait around for this to start if it's not going to happen fairly soon. Anyway, it's been very costly, and I know basically it costs the Lanes their time. I know their time is valuable, and ours is too. I've tried to get together with him for the past 3 months to discuss some of the issues, and when Mr. Gordon and I talked to Mr. Lane in the past, we both talked to him. He said he understood homes would be built there and he really didn't have a problem, but that we needed to talk to his wife Olga if we were going to work something out. I was able to speak with her last Sunday for the first time in 3 months, and basically we talked about the issues of height of a fence, the planters, and how windows might line up. In the last 2 hearings, I explained that we don't want to look into their house. They have on their side of the house 2 windows. I did a configuration to show how ours would line up with them, and if there is one window where one window overlaps in that window, or any windows that would look into their windows, we don't want that either. We would have obscure glass, and I've told them that. I've been willing from day one to work with them on whatever concessions or things that might be helpful to make the process easier on them. I'm feeling that's not really the reason we're here. The last hearing, it was a unanimous denial of their appeal. Mr. Meyer was there from Building and Safety Explain, and I hope he gets an opportunity to explain again today what's going on. We're not, again, doing anything that hasn't been done many times. And to correct Mr. Lane, there are a number of inboard homes that are built just like this, not just the oceanfront. When we say inboard, we mean the opposite side of the streets. Despite the fact I'm very busy also, I've had time to talk to neighbors. I have with me over 42 letters from people that support the project. 2 of them are people that are what we call the inboard side of the street, whose views will be blocked, and those are usually the people who do file appeals for this kind of thing. So it's hard for me to believe there were 7 points to start. There's now 4, but that these are really the issues. They contested the last gentleman who tried to build, and I believe they don't want anybody next door to them. And I can understand that. It would be nice if we could all live that way, but it's not fair. It's not right. And again, the people that I talked to, including neighbors, there wasn't one who didn't feel the same way. If I had more time, I'd have a lot more letters, a lot more support. But basically, that's how we feel about it, and we hope you see it the same way. Appreciate all your time, and again, sorry for not filling out that card.
Okay, thank you. No problem. Okay, now, I'm going to close the public testimony portion of this hearing and confine the comments to the board. Supervisor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 2 of 3, quoting from the first paragraph, these 4 items, the ones that were talked about, were addressed by the Planning Commission and staff's response supporting the project is included in Exhibit 1. And in addition, the County Building and Safety Department provided testimony to the Commission that the number and labeling of floors and the required emergency exit facilities meet code requirements. Could you come up to the mic, please, and simply comment on that sentence that I just read?
Well, this building has 2-story and a basement. The lower floor is a basement which complies with the building code. There are so many basement and 2-story buildings be permitted in this beach area. This is nothing new. And this code is state mandated. There's nothing local we can change.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Further questions? Supervisor Park.
The applicant suggested that he'll use sheer glass so that they can't look into the windows of their neighbor, as well as assure that none of the windows line up. Can we put that in with the conditions?
Yeah, I believe that the board, if you so desired, could, if you wish, part of the action, recommended action was not only denial of the appeal, but approval of that PD. You could add, as a condition of that approval language, to that effect.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify this question. The suggestion was if we're not going, and I don't know that this is true, but if we're not going with what our code says, but instead we're going by our practice, which is we do this all the time, and so this is okay. Is that a true statement? And if that is the case, do you recommend us changing our code so that we just be upfront and say, hey, you know, if you're this height, it doesn't matter to us whether you're 3 floors or 2 floors?
Yeah, that might be, and I might defer that question to building and safety, but in the zoning ordinance, we speak to height restrictions, which is really, it's a separate issue, but they're obviously kind of related, and to the extent that you go to that height limit to get the 3rd story in. But there, in our opinion, isn't anything in the code that suggests we're doing something different than what is allowed.
Is building safety, is that your interpretation also?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board. Our review indicated that the building complies with the building code as it's written and given to us from the state of California. We have not made any local modifications to it.
That's not my question. Do we have a code that says 3-story places need to have 2 exits? And
yes.
We do have that.
Yeah, that's in the building code as well.
Okay, and so, but this building doesn't have the 2 exits?
No, this building qualifies as a 2-story and a basement structure.
Okay, but if this was a 3-story building, then would we say it needs 2 exits?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we are, okay, all right.
We are
so
enforcing
the question is whether, do we have clearly in our code that a garage doesn't count as a floor? I just want our code to be consistent.
Yeah, the code is very clear on what constitutes a story.
And a garage does not.
It depends on the height of the floor above to the adjoining grade around the house.
I see. Great. Okay. So our code is consistent from your perspective.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Excuse me.
I didn't have my mic on. I'm sorry. I move that we follow the recommended action. There are 3 recommendations. And my question is, does the amendment offered by Supervisor Parks affect the delay or affect the construction in any way? So you don't have any disagreement? We will put a secure glass wherever there's any possibility. Okay, so I'll accept the amendment. That was an amendment, right?
I think the attorney might speak to it, but if you're going to add a condition, do you have to approve the appeal, limited the approval of the appeal, so you can add the condition?
You can approve the plan development permit with conditions in Exhibit 1A and the additional condition. And if you could specify what that condition is, it would be helpful to the planning director.
Okay, you're okay. You just have to specify your condition so they know exactly. And my question to you, I don't have a problem with the amendments, but I would ask that in your motion you state that it's the windows that directly line up that would be made opaque, so that they don't have to do every window on that side of the house, or at least there's no argument that they were supposed to do every window on that side opaque.
I just heard from what he said that he would assure that any window that can look into their house would be opaque, and that he would not have any line up.
Okay, so that's your motion.
Yes, okay. I just thought that...
Motion maker accepts that, and the applicant shakes his head affirmatively. Correct?
The present way it is now, there's two windows on their side of the house. One of them, by line up, that worries me a little bit because it's offset. What I said is we would put obscure glass in anything where there could be a problem of privacy. As far as the lining up goes, it's real hard to tell at this point until the county gives us the height where we start at to tell them exactly where they're going to go. But any window that lined it up, or there was any chance of not the oceanfront glass.
Okay, now what are we doing here?
I have a motion and I have a second with an amendment to the PD, conditions on the PD, to use opaque glass at any time that the windows are aligned enough to invade privacy.
Is that, I just want to be, all I want to do is be clear on that amendment. I don't want to stick them with something that they're going to then turn around and be coming back and fighting about. Can we be really clear on this in terms of recommended language for this? So if the windows are directly lined up, the part of the window that is directly lined up is supposed to be opaque. Is that what you're referring to, Supervisor Parks? Is what your amendment?
I'm just going with exactly what he said.
Let me ask the applicant to say what you agreed to on this condition. Into the mic, into the record.
I did.
Sir, would you move over? There you go.
I did a schematic to show approximately the way it would work, and a picture of the side of their house, so you could see if that were a question, which I guess it is. But the bottom line is, wherever there's on the side of the house, now I'm not talking about the ocean front, we're not going to put obscure glass in the ocean front, but wherever there was the possibility of windows, people looking one way or the other, we would put obscure glass in there. There are only two windows on their whole side of the house. The rest is brick. Out those windows, they'd be looking, or out the windows we have, you'd be looking at brick. Out the windows they have, they would be looking at the side of a house or a window with obscure glass, but they don't line up that way, with the exception of one of them. Not directly. It's like a piece of.
Piece of what?
Piece of one lines up with a piece of the other.
Put a piece of a Blake glass in that one that doesn't.
Well, a lot of them.
Yeah. Part of it does.
We would put glass in the last house I built. We put it all the way up the stairway. We put it because somebody may build someday, and we understood that that could be a problem.
Okay.
So.
Can I just ask, I just want to make sure I understand something. Now, just because, I mean, I think it's our job to get this clear enough that they don't continue to fight.
I appreciate that.
Here you got a window here, and you got a window here. They're not across from each other. But a person standing in the corner of this window can look and see into the corner of that window. Now, is that going to need to be oblique glass or not? That's the question. Because if you have 14 windows, they have 2. Their 2 windows could see, if from their 2 windows they could see 10 of your 14, I see it potentially as you having 10 oblique glass windows. And then I see either you coming back here or we having a lawsuit or whatever. Let's just be clear what our requirement is, right? And what you're, so I'm not sure that's what I don't think you mean that. You don't mean if windows are offset, but they can still see at an angle. Do you mean if the windows are where you can see directly?
I meant directly. I hadn't thought about the other, frankly.
Can planning, you give us something that you think's enforceable? I just want to, with what we have, that's all? That's
well, any, I mean, there's a whole range of what it would be enforceable. One suggestion might be that any, where the parts or any part of windows line up, that they would be opaque, and any other windows where you have a view into the lane's home would be opaque. And we could probably work with that. I think that's specific enough.
I don't think that's a problem. Again, they've only got 2 windows on that side.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the planning director would approve the final.
Yeah. Correct. That's correct. Yeah, it is a planning director permit with, and we would.
So the planning director
with this
would.
Revision.
Okay.
Again, I'm not talking about the ocean front.
No, we clearly understand you are going to use clear glass on the ocean front side of the house.
Yeah. Okay.
No argument.
If the motion
says on the north side.
Yeah. Yeah. What I would suggest is we're taking 2 separate actions. The home that this would apply to is that in item number 29. That would be Appeal 481. Is the home that's adjacent to the lanes. So we could.
Okay. This motion is on
to that action, and then the second one wouldn't require that.
Okay. So this motion is on 481 and is specific to 481. Okay, are we all clear on this?
Should have an expert witness, like a peeping Tom.
Oh, man.
I'm going to ask one final question. I'd just like to suggest the board consider, do we really want to do this opaque glass? How important is it to us to do this? Right?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, the applicant's willing to do it, and then it's not something that, they have to worry about.
It's not onerous. Right, applicant? My motion stands with the amendment as identified by the applicant.
Okay, and this is for 481, right?
Yes.
Okay. With that, is there any further discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion as amended? Okay, motion carries. Back to the glass, I think that it's probably not onerous because they don't want to look the other way any more than someone on the other side wants to look this way, so, or have anybody look into their home. So I think it'll all work out just peachy. Okay, now we're on 482. Do I have a motion? No, we did. We took all of that together. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. They wanted us to do separate motions, but we could do everything else together. So, okay, the board. Oh, I was going to say we'll take a break till 2 o'clock. Guess what? Time escapes us. We will now move to item 31, the 2 o'clock time certain, minor amendment to Camarillo Airport Master Plan and addendum to certified EIR. Good morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mr. Johnston. We have before you a proposed minor amendment to the Camarillo Airport Master Plan and also with a environmental impact report addendum. Staff has provided a staff report, staff letter plus a report attached to that in your package. Also should have received a copy of the EIR addendum, and there are some pull-out drawings. What I propose to do is just a brief summary of these items with the PowerPoint, and then be able to explore any areas that you want to talk about with this addendum and the minor amendment.
Okay.
There are 4 components to this amendment, and the germ of this amendment goes back really to September of 2001 when the Sun Air FBO development lease was approved on 6 acres at the west end of the airport. That FBO development was not anticipated in the certified EIR, nor recognized in the master plan. So at that point, when that lease went forward, a condition of the lease becoming effective, one of the conditions was that a minor amendment to the master plan and the environmental issue would be presented for your adoption and approval. So here we are today. We're proposing several changes to the master plan, and although this item is titled the EIR addendum, I really think it's best to go through the master plan first because that's the nuts and bolts of what we're talking about. We propose to change text in the master plan document, and this is the plan that you adopted in 1999. There are 4 components, A through D. The first 2 amend what we call the airport reference code, and that reference code is just a code that says what are we designing around in terms of the size and speed of aircraft that will visit the airport. And then we also wish to adjust the terminal area plan, which is the footprint of hangars. And then finally, those changes should be reflected in the airport layout plan, which is the drawing set that accompanies the master plan. We're talking about the airport reference code. It's made up of 2 components. The first component has to do with the approach speed of aircraft, and that's the identifier A, B, C, D, or E. We're not proposing any change to that. But the second component of the reference code is the wingspan of aircraft, and we are presently identified as a hybrid, Group 2 and Group 3 in wingspan, and we put up there for you the wingspan dimensions, but actually the typical aircraft that you see in the shaded areas are what relate to that to the group. So we're currently, with our airport reference code, a hybrid of B3/D2, and what we're proposing is to get rid of the B3 designation because it causes some problems on the airport, which we'll walk through. We have a little table for you to see that what we're really talking about is on the taxiway areas of the airport, not the runway environment where the high-speed actions take place, but the slow taxi operations. There are areas to the side of each taxiway that are protected. They're called the taxiway safety area and the object-free area. And as a Group 2 designation, we have a lesser protected area compared to a Group 3. And we show you the difference in that area. Being designated Group 3 causes us 3 problems. Number 1, it only leaves 7 feet of space between the protected area and any building, structure, or airplane that might be parked. And illustrate that on this aerial photo for you. The taxiway object-free area, red line, is the existing per the current designation, and the green is what staff is proposing to reduce to. And the red line, this area between the line and the hangars is that 7 feet. And it is not enough room for several things to happen through here that need to happen. So go back to the table. The first one is that there's not enough room for aircraft to park. And going back to the photo, you can clearly see it's impossible for an airplane to park in this area without violating the object-free area, which is a safety standard. And the significance is with these hangars along here, also this row down here to the right on the photo, you cannot pull an airplane in and out of these hangars and prepare it for flight, or come back from your flight and park in front, as this airplane did, in preparation to put it back in the hangar without being in violation of the safety area. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that this 7 feet of usable space doesn't permit any room to safely drive through that area in a vehicle. And back to the photo, we can see to drive a vehicle and stay out of there, you'd have to be right next to the hangar doors, which is clearly unsafe and not enough room. So what we have as a result is the inability, due to the designation of the safety area, to mark any type of driving lane along here that would guide airport users driving east and west. And the reason we cannot do that is the design standards prohibit marking a vehicle lane inside of this object-free area line. So as a result of that, we have people driving willy-nilly east-west and occasionally end up in the wrong place, the worst place being out here on the active taxiway. So that is a problem. The third problem is that with the object-free area line so far away from taxiway center line, there are some ramp areas on the south side that are under lease that restrict this about 27.5 feet and make it unusable. And if, as an example, here's the fire maintenance yard site, now vacated and under lease for development of a new fixed base operator. And this area will all be aircraft ramp, but they won't be able to use anything beyond this red line if we stay with the same dimension. If we amend it to where the green line is, they'll pick up almost 28 feet. And that, you know, in a way that seems like not much, but in terms of if you have an FBO like Sun Air where your ramp space is very limited, that can be very critical of an area for you. Also, the 27.5 feet would contain the proposed driving lane, so they're not going to get the full use of it, but they would get partial use, which would be better than no use at all. So again, going back, we have these three problems to contend with. And that with the Sun Air lease is what got us started in thinking about proposing an amendment. Why Group 3 in the first place? The master plan was put together in 1996, and in that document we read text that the Lockheed Constellations are mentioned as a reason to have the Group 3 designation with their wingspans of 123 feet. And actually, what we determine now is that they're actually a Group 4. And not a Group 3. However, we do have other aircraft that visit the airport that are Group 3, and the significant ones are the Gulfstream 5 and Global Express, and those are the brand new, most recent production models of business jets. They have wingspans of 94 and 98 feet respectively. They fall in Category 3. However, those aircraft only represent about 2.5% of the total jet fleet for business aircraft in the United States. In addition to that, our business jet activity is about 1.5% of our total operations. And if we look at, well, out of our business jet activity, what's the percentage of use of these longer wingspan models? It's less than 1/3 of 1%. So we're talking about a very minimal activity level in terms of our overall operations. What is critical about determining a designation is that the FAA guideline is that you want to plan for the development of your airport around the critical aircraft, of which you'll have a minimum of 500 takeoffs and landings a year. And with this category of Group 3 aircraft, we are significantly below 500 operations a year, about 50 in the business jet category, and then we have one other aircraft, the C-46, which is an old warbird transport, World War II type, very high wing airplane that the Commemorative Air Force operates, and it goes to about 12 air shows a year, so it's going to have about 30 operations a year. We have a long way to go before we would get to 500 operations a year, and thus want to design around Group 3 wingspans. The benefits of dropping Group 3 and staying with Group 2 are we can put the driving lane in, and we believe that would be a real safety plus. Also, it would permit hangars parallel to the taxiway to remain. If I go back to the photo, if we remain Group 3, these hangars here that are right along the edge in our plan will have to be moved somewhere on the airport because we can't continue to violate the safety standards the way it's set up right now. And additionally, we get the tenants can use a little more extra space. And finally, the aircraft that do visit us that fall in this 3 category, wingspans are protected by the object-free area. And although it is reduced in width, the wingspans of these business jet aircraft and the Lockheed Constellations and the C-46 all fall within and would be protected by the relocated object-free area dimension. So we're not setting us up to have wingtips sticking out beyond a protected area. And in fact, then with the painting of a driving lane, I think we're amply and adequately protecting those operations. In the event that we had issues related to these wider wingspans and safety, then we also have the alternative of requiring the aviation businesses who service those aircraft to escort the longer wingspan aircraft to and from their destinations. And typically you do that at airports with a follow me cart. And that's not something unusual. Usually it's done to try to get them to buy your gas, but it can also be done to lead them as a safety escort. And I'm not suggesting that we would do that because I don't think it'll be necessary, but it is an option we have if we need to mitigate the change to the Group 2. That is the discussion on the change from Group 2 to Group 3, and that's Component A and B. Next we would go to Component C, which has to do with our terminal area planning. And in the adopted master plan and certified EIR, we showed small hangar development areas. We've labeled them A, B, and C. They're on the pull-out maps that were called Exhibit D1 and D2, as well as in the EIR addendum. There are 2 pull-out maps in there, and they show these areas that we're going to talk about right now. So our current plan was areas A, B, and C for future small hangar development. And I have a picture up here to show how what it is that you have previously adopted. 58 small hangars in Area B at the west end, 121 hangars in Area A, which we call the Central Hangar Complex, and then 98 hangars in Area C. So that is currently what is adopted. When we came to you in September of 2001 with the Sun Air lease, we recommended that that leasehold be placed in Area B. And therefore, Area B of these 58 hangars needs to be relocated somewhere else on the airport in order to preserve the planning ability to create more small hangars and meet demand. Therefore, we came up with a new plan, small hangar development. We kept Area C, and I'll go back, Area C still being at the east end. That did not change. But we added areas D, and I'll go back to show that. Oops, excuse me, right here. We added Area D up here to the northeast corner, and that is now where the 58 hangars that were in Area B would be relocated to. And then we have Area A, which remains the same, and that's the Central Hangar Complex, and it stays there. However, we did reorder the sequence of development areas to coincide with reality. The adopted master plan, I think, said Area A was going to be first, and actually Area C will be first now because we are under lease to develop that area with a private development. So we reordered them. Just Area C would be first, Area D would be second, and Area A would be third. And the other component of this is what we call the conventional hangars. And those are the commercial business hangars where we'd have maintenance and aircraft storage operations. In the existing adopted master plan, the areas I'll show you now were not in there. And what has happened since the plan was adopted and today is that we have accumulated a waiting list of 11 entities, most of whom are operating at the airport, who are looking for their own commercial space. They're subtenants of existing lessees and also people that own a corporate aircraft that base at Camarillo but would like to have a corporate hangar for it. So we have compiled this list over the last year and a half and then looked to the airport layout plan to determine where could we place some additional hangars. And we certainly found out we couldn't meet the demand of 11, but we did come up with a plan to add a total of 6 hangars. That includes the 2 Sun Air hangars that you have already approved in the lease from September of 01. So we're really now talking about 4 additional hangar footprints. In the sizes shown on the chart, the Sun Air, which you've approved, is 2 20,000 square foot hangars. But we've identified sites for some medium-sized hangars, 2 at the northeast corner of the airport and 2 west of taxiway G1, and I'll show you where those are on here. The 2 that are in the northeast corner would be right here, and then 2 that are just west of taxiway G1 are right here, right next to that taxiway right there. And they're just outside of the protected areas, so we won't have design issues. So we would propose that the total amount of hangars we would create would be 6 more conventional, including the Sun Air, and we would lose 4 small hangar footprints due to these changes. Net impact is 2 additional hangars. Component D is taking everything we've talked about and putting it into the official airport drawings for FAA approval. And that's really a housekeeping issue, and we've given you the pullouts D1 and D2, and those are the existing and then proposed or revised airport layout plan. The revised is what you see is what would be submitted to FAA minus the big labels of A, B, C, D, E. That would not be on there. That's just for the sake of our discussion.
Maybe they want them.
Adjoining this conversation is the EIR addendum, which is really the
The airport
topic
authority
here.
approved these, right?
Yes. Yes, it did. We have put together an EIR addendum, and it addresses all the components that we have talked about. It, in summation, it simply says that there aren't any, we don't anticipate changes to the types of aircraft or the overall numbers of operations in the forecast for Camarillo that the EIR and the master plan were based upon. We would have a net impact of 2 more hangars, but no significant environmental effects. And that is all I put in there on the EIR because we gave you the addendum document. And this matter did go before the Advisory Commission and the Camarillo Airport Authority, who recommend approval. It also went before the Camarillo City Council. Had no issues with that. And it was forwarded to the Airport Land Use Commission, and the staff there declined to review it as being really issues unrelated to the planning environment around the airport. I have copies of the letters from the Transportation Commission in the city if you would like those. That is our staff report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have here.
Questions? No, I do not have a card. So, yes, Supervisor Long.
No questions.
Okay, comments?
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, any opposition? Seeing none, the
when's the air
motion
show?
carries unanimously. When is the air show?
It is August 23rd and 24th,
Thank you.
and the first flyers out to the neighborhoods are going out next week.
Super.
Good.
Going to have a military jet?
It's the same situation as last year. It's unknown and probably won't be known until the week before, but I placed the same restriction on the air show organizers that they may have static displays, but if they're going to be flying activity with the high-performance jets, they need to limit it to 1 type of aircraft this year so we can be kinder to the neighbors.
I certainly understand that, but why else do you go to an air show besides kick tires and watch airplanes fly? Okay, with that, the motion did carry. We've made an announcement for the benefits of the, yes?
You gave a very cogent presentation.
Yes, you did.
Right.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
did. Very good.
Good work. Thank you.
The board will go back into closed session. There might be an announcement. I cannot judge the timing at the moment as to when we will be back out. So we will give the clerk a call. She is free to leave the room, and we'll give you a call in time to get back here if there is an announcement. Other than that, see you next week. Testing. Testing one. Okay. They decided not to wait. Okay, the board has returned to open session at 3:50, and we will have an announcement from County Council out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In closed session, the Board of Supervisors today authorized County Council to defend both the lawsuit filed by the Sheriff and District Attorney against the County of Ventura and the lawsuit filed by the City of Thousand Oaks against the county, the board members, the Auditor Controller, and the County Executive Officer. Additionally, the Board of Supervisors has authorized County Council to file cross-complaints in each action. The cross-complaint will be directed at challenging the constitutional validity of Ordinance 4088.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes all of our actions for today, and we stand adjourned.